Let's find the feeling once again. 'Cause maybe you and I just can't be friends. Oh yeah, let's ride the freeway till the end. When loving is so good you can't pretend. I know I left you hanging, but I'ma right my wrongs. I'ma write you love letters like I wrote this song. Gonna put a plan together, gonna put it all in motion. Every single thing I gotta do to fall back to you. You already know I had a lot on my mind. Oh yeah, but it's never too late to try. You already know I had a lot on my mind. Oh yeah, but it's never too late to try. Oh baby, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, don't you know? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, don't you know? Let's finally figure it out. If there's a problem, we can air it out. I can't stand to be in a relationship when it stops. If we hit a wall, then watch. That could give us something to talk about. I can be there to catch the ball when it drops. I know I left you hanging, but I'ma right my wrongs. Gonna write you love letters like I wrote this song. Gonna put a plan together, gonna put it all in motion. Every single thing I gotta do to fall back to you. You already know I had a lot on my mind. Oh yeah, but it's never too late to try. You already know I had a lot on my mind. Oh yeah, but it's never too late to try. Oh baby, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, don't you know? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, don't you know?
Alright. So, if you guys haven't seen any of the recent marathon drama on Twitter, you won't know what this stream is about. But if you do, then you basically already know what's gonna happen, and it is regarding the the whole we used art of somebody's entire portfolio in our video game and didn't even give them credit, which is actually insane. So yeah, that's essentially what is happening. They apparently have a stream sometime. They're just not even live for their own stream, which is funny as fuck. There's more, so stream is happening. I see. Mr. Mushroom. Anyway, yeah, so that's what we're dealing with. So I'm gonna do that. And yeah, now we just essentially wait until the stream happens. And then we have fun. We see what kind of shenanigans is gonna go down. If there isn't gonna be any stream, then we're just gonna hop over to the gacha games, because I haven't done those yet, and I was leaving them for stream. Let's bring this up, bring it over there. Okay. Why are people subscribing? The stream isn't even here. Or maybe it is? Question mark? No, there it is. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gonna hide the chat. 1080p. Okay, that's fine.
All right, we're live. Hi, everybody. How's it going? I'm Joe. In case you don't know me, I'm the game director here on Marathon. To my left here, or potentially on right on your screen, depending on if it's mirrored, is Joe Cross, everybody's favorite Joe, our director on Marathon. Sitting across from me, who's not on camera, is Andrew Witz, gameplay director, and we're gonna spend some time talking about some stuff today. Our show is a little bit different today. We planned actually to show a lot more stuff, but for a lot of reasons we're about to get into, we decided not to show a bunch. We're going to be discussing a lot about what we learned through Alpha, some of the plans that we're going forward with. But before we get into that, Joe Cross has some sort of topic that he wants to talk to you all about.
Yep. Thanks, Joe. And hey, everyone. I'm Joe Cross, franchise art director of Marathon.
Art director.
Yeah, and wanted to take a minute to talk about some of the events from yesterday. It came to our attention, and sorry, I wrote this. I wanted to make sure I get this message right. It came to our attention that an artist who worked on Marathon in the early stages of pre-production took a number of graphic elements from a graphic designer without permission or acknowledgement. And
they're acknowledging it.
Sheet that was then checked in 2020. The decal sheet included icons and text elements. These elements ended up in our alpha build, and there's absolutely no excuse for this oversight, and we are working on and 100% committed to our review process to ensure instances like this don't happen again on Marathon or at Bungie. A few of the things that we've done over the last 24 hours and what we're doing to shore up the review process are as follows. We've reached out to Anti-Real, the artist in question, and followed up to ensure that we do right by this artist. We're auditing all of the previous work by the artist, the internal artist, including the environment decals already in the build, which is part of why we're delaying some of the content we're going to show today. And we're committed to removing anything that is questionably or inappropriately sourced. We're doing a very broad decal audit, and if we locate any other details or elements, we'll make sure that those are eliminated, recreated in-house for sure. Hundreds of artists have worked on this project for years, internally and externally, and we share many influences, including modernism, Swiss typography, 2000s style vector art, cyberpunk, and of course the original Marathon trilogy. Our style is a result of all of those inspirations. It's also worth noting that none of our external partners who've worked on branding or any part of the visual design of our game were involved with this situation. And lastly, personally, I have a huge amount of respect and admiration for artists working independently, producing, making a living, doing commercial or fine art. And we've worked with many of them. It's one of my favorite parts of the job is to make those connections and create content and collaborate. And so to that extent, I want to send my personal apology to Anti-Real, whose work was used in this case. And I know how unfair this feels, and we're doing everything we can to make this right with her. Her work is fantastic, and we clearly share mutual appreciation for a specific genre of graphic design, and it's very exciting, and I'm excited to have folded that into our style in general. So thanks for listening, and thanks for your patience.
So absolutely, and thank you, Joe, for coming in and chatting with us about that. If you have any further questions about that, feel free to ask them as we go along. We're probably going to transition now and just talk a little bit about Alpha. And Alpha was a big milestone for us. There was a lot of stuff that went into it. It was always intended to be kind of like a smaller slice of the game, wits, right? As we were going into it. Feel free to talk, by the way. It was always kind of meant to be a smaller slice of the game. It was always meant to be sort of like testing a little bit more of that, like, and some of the baseline of the progression systems that we have, And
at least they acknowledge it, which is good.
The feedback, especially from those who played the game, as well as people who witnessed it, and sort of get a sense of where everyone was attaching to certain things and where they didn't see as much meat as they wanted, or things that they didn't like at all, or things that they did really like, so there's a wide variety of opinions that sort of came about. A couple of things that we really wanted to talk about, though. One was the idea of sort of the core of the survival game. I know we talked about this a lot, Wits, the survival game being this like sort of idea of not just running through the environment and trying to survive other people trying to shoot you or the enemies, but like all the different challenges of trying to get out. And we feel like some of the bigger things that we missed on that we know we wanted to see, but we kind of like didn't land super well, was like the idea of like resources and the survival economy. If you want to talk a little bit about that.
What's good, everybody on TikTok? How's everybody?
Basically, we were dropping like too much ammo, right? Too much heals, too much of everything. And so people were lasting the session for a really long time, and we just didn't really kind of push you out. And so we knew it was going to happen in the build, and so we've been really like focused on how we can improve that and get more hazards in the game. There's a lot more hazards in the current build. There's a lot more evil things we have in the game, as also like and half the guns are in the build, and so the other half are not in the build. So you haven't even seen half of the weapons. I know that there was some folks that thinking that like that was the full library. It is not. It's like half the guns in the game, and they were dropping too often too. Like we were dropping too many long shots. I know long shots were a thing.
Long shots were OP, yeah.
We're focusing on that.
Yeah, there was the core of it is ultimately we wanted more stories where there was about like using your resources wisely, and we didn't feel like we put people, or like we didn't put players in a situation where they needed to use their resources wisely, and as a result there weren't enough stories where it was like, oh, I ran out of this thing and I had to figure it out, or I really needed this thing and I was searching around trying to find it. And so we want to build more of those stories moving forward, and so we've been doing a lot of internal iterations. I know even our most recent build, we've stripped back a lot of those pieces, and we're seeing some kind of crazy stories come out of that. So so that's a big part of the survival economy. You talked a little bit about like survival challenges, like the idea of like, the environment being a little bit more hazardous to you, Or is there any stuff you want to share there, Andrew? Little bits?
Yeah, we're working on we're working on a bunch of stuff. Working with Lars's team. Also, Lars is here.
Lars, if you want to talk about it too.
Yeah, so Lars, you should talk about all the fun things and all the ways that we're.
How are you trying to kill players, Lars?
We can't hear him.
toxic plants now that
There
we
it
have
is.
in Martian perimeter. So like sort of going between POIs, you will have to keep a lookout for that. It's for the people who got really used to switching to knife and just going full bore. You're not going to be able to do that any longer in the game. So we're thinking about all those kinds of things, things in the world that make sense. Like the world really does not want you there. You know, there's obviously the UESC. They obviously don't want you there and are trying to stop you. But maybe that's a good segue to, I don't know, Wits, if you want to talk about some of the UESD stuff we've been looking at lately as well.
We definitely know that the
double audio.
UESC they took a lot of damage. They took a lot of damage. They were like overly reacting, like in hit reacting, and so we're looking at reducing what's called like first sighted, which is like they look at you and they're like you, and then they get into combat with you and then they take some shots. We want them to be more stand their ground robots and hit that killer mecha infantry fantasy that they kind of want to bring. So we're adding we're looking at transitions for going right to combat when they see you. We also noticed that when players were engaging in combat with the AI, they couldn't ever like disengage. They couldn't like kind of be like, okay, like I'm fighting, how do I break line of sight?
It's
and like they kind of
stealth options didn't work as strongly as you wanted to, right? In that way.
Yeah. And so we're looking at that. We're looking at we had there's a few bugs we had where you take out, like you have your knife and you take out like a recruit, and then like the entire POI, the entire like point of interest, like knows exactly where you are and they're running towards you. That's a bug we're working through right now with the team. And so the intent is that that makes noise obviously, and the nearest units like investigate that area versus the entire hornet's nest comes barreling towards your direction. And so we're looking at both increasing their challenge and making them more satisfying to fight, as well as working on their perception and how they kind of find you, right? We want to kind of have this engage options where you can do some damage maybe, and then like you don't need to finish the fight and stand and fight. Is that you actually might want they see you and there's a moment in time where you can actually like break and kind of get a chance to get away. But we still want them to be threatening versus like you can just run around them, right? They need to really push back.
The sweet spot you're kind of looking for is ultimately that you have more options for how you like divide and conquer and tackle them depending on how you play. But if they do get an advantage on you, each individual unit feels a little bit more threatening to you, right?
Yeah. Like we were there's the shield unit, the big shield unit.
Bro, the guy on the left looks like he has the face of a smacked ass.
You get first shot advantage on this unit, especially like a precision headshot.
Like he does not look happy at all.
They wouldn't kind of do a bunch of their abilities that they kind of have that actually like charge you, and they like kind of tuck behind a shield and you can't actually shoot them, and they're perfectly tucked behind that shield, and they push you and they want to like do this melee attack. We were noticing that they were getting taken out before they can kind of do that, and so we're looking at looking at their vitality in ways where they don't feel like they're bullet sponges, but that we really require you to play this like marksman game, but also that they challenge you to kind of have different ways for you to resolve the fight with them. So the team's really kind of digging into kind of like different ways we can kind of get into that and resolve that in a way that feels even more satisfying, but also still make it so that there is those disengage moments where like, I'm going to tackle this fight with this unit, but I'm going to do this thing. Like there's this hit react they have, they kind of like power down for a second, they kind of wake up. It's like this big hit react if you do a lot of precision damage. We're looking at maybe that if you duck behind a cover or something that they don't know exactly where you are when they wake up, for example, and so that also plays into kind of more of the like solo viability in terms of like you don't have to like 1v9 all the robots.
No, that totally makes sense. I know another topic that sort of came up when it came to the survival game was also the pacing of like sort of every given session, right? Like I know we talked about it internally. It's like there tends to be like a front-loaded tension inside of our runs where a lot of tension happens in the beginning. There's a lot of brawling, and then it sort of like begins to quiet out as you're sort of playing through the rest of the session. And we wanted to make sure we shake that up a little bit. I know we've talked a little bit about how event pacing folds into that. Lars, I think you and your team have talked a little bit about it, right? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, that was really good. We actually got a lot of good data from the alpha about how event pacing was working, but also just sort of being able to, like, we got lots of good feedback about some of the events and how difficult or not difficult they were, how frequently they appeared or not frequently. And so we're looking at all that data, and we also understand, I think you said a really important thing, which is we also realized that as the session went on, the tension started to drop. Like if you were going after and you had run into a bunch of players, you never know quite exactly how many players are left in the session. But after a certain amount of time, you can guarantee that the PvP population at least is dwindling a bit. And so our challenge that we're looking at right now is how do we increase the world danger over time? And we can handle that in a bunch of different ways, but we've got some pretty neat ideas there. Like is it about complexity or requirements for exfils? Is it about increasing PvE or world resistance? Is it about pacing of the activities? I think the answer is all of the above, and so like we're looking at all of those things right now, and I think we have a lot of good knobs and tuning capabilities there. So I'm pretty bullish on our ability to make that. The longer you stay in the session, the less safe you feel, but also the more you're like, maybe I should get out of here now. So that we want to increase those sort of thoughts from happening too.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense.
Joe, you mentioned immersion too.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that definitely touches art. And one of the things we're hoping to show today, or show next week, is some of our fidelity improvements. I know that there were a few very work in progress areas that got a lot of scrutiny in the alpha build, such as like exterior lighting and a perimeter map, and some of our lobby. So art is full steam ahead on a bunch of those improvements. Very excited to show. And then the other side of immersion is kind of the runner stories that we want to tell, and the kind of fictional fantasy. And to that extent, we're working closely with creative direction and the whole team to sort of really dial in some of that fantasy.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the work that you guys are working on, which has been really cool to see. I mean, everything from we had a bunch of stuff we wanted to show today, but by the way, we decided not to show it because we're still scrubbing all of our assets to make sure that we are being respectful of the situation that Joe talked about earlier. But there's a lot of things we're doing to try to increase that immersion. I know we've even added like really like details that have sort of helped to make it a little bit more immersive, like the blood that runners bleed even in water and things of that sort as trails and indicators of damage that they've taken. I've also seen us like sort of putting more entropy into the world, where we see a little bit where the idea of the abandoned colony comes a little bit more to life on places like Mars.
Yeah, some of that stuff planned, some of that stuff definitely sort of heightened by the reaction to the cinematic trailer, which I think I love. It seemed to go over really well, and sort of making sure that we're sort of following that fantasy, tuning those knobs to whatever extent we can, and just material response, occlusion, lighting, fidelity. That does so much in terms of immersion. From a technical sort of base experience point of view.
Even some of the foliage iterations.
Some of that shimmer. Lots of exciting stuff happening under the hood. Team is doing amazing work. Hopefully we can show it soon next time. And also the sort of whole lobby infill experience. We're all excited about delivering that whole sort of comprehensive fictional fantasy of being a badass cyber mercenary, heading down to do dangerous work.
Yeah, a lot of the UI that we went in with was definitely in a temporary state too, and so for us, sort of finding a good way to make that a cohesive experience has been a lot of the effort that we've been on top of recently, right?
We've always, paying off the cyborg fantasy has always been our a goal and a sort of carrot on a stick for us. And that's sort of the fun part, and that's the stuff that really ramps up towards the end.
And there's sort of like two parts to that, right? There's like the cyborgy part, right? Which is like, oh, I'm this robotic entity. And then there's also the part where it's like, you are this mercenary. So you're kind of doing like the thing, which is like, how do I describe it? It's like, you're not like necessarily a good guy, you're not necessarily a bad guy. You're kind of
Yeah.
going against the status quo in some degree, right? And so feeling that out a little bit more in terms of
Totally.
the experience, right?
Yeah. The runner fantasy has always been a blue collar fantasy.
Yeah.
For the most part, like you're doing a job. This is dirty work, and you're taking contracts from sort of nefarious or questionable sources. But so communicating that visual fantasy is very exciting.
That's awesome. Yeah. There's so we've been putting a lot of work into, especially sort of doing some iterations on the visual updates, and also thinking about how we reinforce that fantasy as we're going forward. Another area we've been talking a lot about is crew play, and sort of thinking about the variety of different ways that players play the game. We definitely had people playing, a lot of people playing in solo matchmaking. We had a decent amount of people who played in solo unmatched made, so just basically running around in the world in solo. We had a chunk of people who played in trios, across the different board. And we definitely found that through the feedback and also through a lot of the experiences that were relayed to us inside of the alpha, that the crew match-made experience just wasn't that great, And so we're looking at a lot of ways to potentially solve that on our side. Some of it is thinking about how each individual can contribute. I know we've been talking a little bit, Andrew, about like the 1vx situation, if you want to talk a little bit about that. It's like how viable you feel like you can turn around a battle and stuff like that.
Yeah, we did some updates in the Alpha Nose Live because we really wanted to move the conversation forward because we felt like we got enough feedback on certain things, and we wanted to actually like take some swings at some problems that we're seeing. And we actually we implemented the shield change we did was actually something that we were getting to for our next milestone. That was in our next our current milestone, I guess, because it's an older build, right?
Yeah.
But like it was in our current milestone. We ported it over ASAP, and so really appreciate runner team and everybody kind of getting that change in, because it was a bit of a content change, but we felt it was worth it to actually learn more about time to kill and being able to the power of shields in the combat economy and reducing the overhead of shields. And so like majority of the effective health was in your baseline health pool versus like in your shields. And we had some good changes that kind of came out of that. And so we're keeping that right now in the current build, and we're focusing a lot more on effective time to kill in specific ranges of a weapon. So an example is the overrun. We were kind of like the overrun, the base gun in the game that you kind of start off with. We were kind of we were nervous about like upping the damage on it because I know folks were like, this is kind of like not the best gun. It's like, well, it's the starter rifle that requires a bunch of attachments to kind of get to its like big power delta, and so it requires all that investment to kind of get to a good spot. We were kind of nervous about like just upping the damage onto it wholesale, and so what we were doing is doing a it's called like a skill ceiling audit, which is like how skillful do you to be to have like the gun in its base, like what we call like gray or standard state, which is no attachments, and then what is it like what is the skill demand at the floor, at the base, effectiveness. What are we asking for players? Like how much aim skill do you need? And then like where are the major flaws in the gun, so that like when you're putting attachments in, you're build crafting, but also like removing as many flaws as you want in terms of like what you have a hard time controlling about the weapon. So we're doing that so that when you feel like you're being taken out, it's like, oh, this person was good. And so when you're lower shields versus higher shields, we want to make sure that your guns are doing damage in the ranges that they're really supposed to. So if you get the drop on somebody, you should be effective, and it shouldn't be like you need certain rarity guns or anything like that. So we're working on that a lot. We have it's a bit spicy right now, like there's some SMGs that are a bit hot in the current build, but like we feel like they're appropriately hot when they're you're in CQC fights, and so fights resolve in close quarters with a close quarters weapon, the way you expect. LMGs are kicking way harder, a lot more demand there in terms of the recoil, which is great. We hit some of the snipers. We're actually kind of reevaluating snipers a bit, not like wholesale, like what are snipers, but more kind of like what are they at the base value where they're not like too effective. Because we definitely noticed the long shot had a lot of demand, and like, as expected in this kind of genre, snipers have like a lot of effectiveness in terms of like, and they have to kind of feel like they're lower time to kill. So we're working on making sure that the time to kill is great for the shield the shield differences. So when you're like going up against purple shield and you're a gray shield, you feel you actually can win, and there's multiple kills per clip that's possible with
Yeah,
the
it's
weapon.
like it's not guaranteed, but there's a way to win there.
There's a way to win,
Yeah.
and that leads to the skill part. Like time to kill is always about skill. It's about effectiveness,
Yeah.
right? And then like it's also about like window of opportunity as well. And it's kind of like how you triangulate like overall time to kill recipe.
Yeah.
And so we're focusing on skill fidelity. We're focusing on every single aspect of that triangle.
That
And
makes sense.
so yeah, we're looking at, we have this like how many purple shield kills per clip, which is kind of like a spicy thought. But we're really iterating fast on that on the weapon side.
Cool. That totally makes sense. I know another part of like sort of the crew experience is also like the idea of like, do I have the tools to communicate with my crew, right? Like, I know we had a bunch of challenges with even voice chat for players inside of the game, and we're definitely looking into that in terms of thinking about how do we make it easier for you to even enable voice chat, or like how do we make that part of your flow so that you can do that. I know we've talked a little bit about ping system, how do we add texture to the ping system to make it easier for you to coordinate with your team if you're not on voice chat. And do you have any thoughts on that one? I know you and your team have touched the ping system, but yeah.
Yeah, ping was in a very baseline state for alpha. Like I would say it was a very like it was a very MVP even for alpha state. And we weren't super happy with what kind of where the deficiencies of where it was at. And so we are spending a lot of this milestone really plussing up ping, and we're also looking at things called a communications wheel, which is like how can you effectively communicate to teammates? How can you like basically ping things in a container? How do you ask for ammo? Stuff like that. So yeah, we're investing a lot on making that really feel intuitive and plussing up the crew play, and then we're also talking about some contract stuff too, Lars, like as well, about like the fabric of contracts between like multiple players. I don't know if you can talk a bit about what your team's cooking there.
Yeah, Lars, tell us about contracts.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of work. It was great seeing people's response to, I think, working along AI, like the sort of different factions. And so obviously we feel really happy with at least that first slice that people were seeing in the alpha, and obviously that was it was a small chunk of the content. And then sort of looking forward to when you're talking about crew play, like how do we lean into that? How do we make that more understandable? How do we sort of surprise and delight players around when they are working with a random match-made player, right? For example, how do we highlight those things? How do we make them understood? How do we reward in ways that make more sense? And how do we make you want to do those things, or like feel encouraged to want to do those things and work with, whether it's the people you pre-crew up with or the people you randomly got put in to matchmaking with, or whether you're trying to do it by yourself and taking on those extra challenges. But I think the interesting part is now figuring out what things were working, what weren't. I'll say, like, from my perspective, and this isn't the team's perspective, this is mine. Like, I think some of those things could have been more challenging, and so looking at that as well, and looking at contracts as like there were some that were great where you're like, hey, cool, I can go download this audio file and now I can go throw myself off a cliff. Not a real example, but you know what I'm saying? Like, to be able to say, like, I did it. I think we want to take a real look at having a mix of things that are more difficult and challenging to do if we think about priority contracts, and then the other types, maybe they're a little bit more sort of backgroundy, like doing things. And so if that makes sense. So we're taking a hard look at all of them, and I think we have some really good plans there.
So this is Cosmo. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. We're getting a lot of questions
Cosmo.
from chat, so I want to jump in. A lot of art questions. I have a question from WigXU. I have a question, a genuine one. Instead of scrubbing so many assets, would it not make more sense to employ the artist, who obviously has nailed the aesthetic you're looking for, and keep the assets as they are?
Sorry, Joe
And
Cross.
I can jump in with the answer unless you want to take it, Cross.
I know Cross he got kicked out of the Discord for some reason. Like I'm staring at his machine, so that we might have a technical issue right now. Do you want to? They're basically asking, wouldn't it be easier just to hire someone to remake the assets as opposed to? Sorry, do you want to repeat the question? Apologies.
Yeah, go for it.
Can you repeat it? Yeah. Just so I can relay it to Cross, because Cross can't hear you right now. But yeah.
Instead of scrubbing so many assets, would it not make more sense to employ the artist, who obviously has nailed the aesthetic?
So the question was, instead of scrubbing all the assets, wouldn't it be easier to employ the artist who made all the assets?
Yeah, I mean, and for what it's worth, we're confident the majority of the assets in that capacity are original, created internally by our internal artists. We would love to work with Anti-Real if that's an opportunity that presents itself. I mean, that's part of what we sort of reached out to communicate. It's a very at this point, it's a very small sort of set of assets. The decals themselves are the kind of they're details that are sort of placed on the sides of buildings or crates or something like that. So we absolutely do need to replace them, and we would rule in sort of any sort of way of doing that, including contracting, collaborating, or working with the artist for sure.
Yeah, and additionally, I think
it's a great question.
Just to sort of add on to that, additionally, when we run into situations like this, we also feel like something slipped through our net, and so we have to go back and look at everything just to make sure that nothing else slipped through our net, if that makes sense, because it caught us by surprise, and we want to just make sure that we're doing the right diligence to ensure it doesn't happen again. So either way, we're going to scrub all the assets just because we want to make sure that we didn't miss something else. But but that's a good question.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of just like general. We're getting a lot of general questions in the chat, Cross, about like the overall aesthetic. Do you want to like speak to that and like kind of like where you're getting like the influence, where you're like making the art? You have to relay this question again, Joe.
So there's a lot of questions just about where your inspiration for a lot of this art style and sort of like where that comes from.
Yeah.
And how you think of the art style.
Yeah, I mean, it comes from a lot of sources, a lot of genres. I talked about it a little bit online, probably a couple of years ago. Graphic design is obviously a massive part of our game, and typography in general. That's one of the things I sort of am the most proud of in a lot of ways, is sort of the idea of elevating typography and graphic design to sort of the forefront in a game or in an industry that typically doesn't, I think is sort of safe to say. So in terms of that, the influences range from there's even some DNA shared, I think, with Destiny, with sort of Swiss modernism and that whole that whole genre of sans serif typography, all the way up through 2000s, early 90s, which is where I mentioned before. I think there is a lot of overlap there in terms of inspiration with Anti-Real, the Designers Republic, vector art, that kind of thing. Just an example of sort of an exciting part of graphic design history that feels connected to, sort of naturally connected to games. The studio that sort of drove a lot of that worked very famously on a game called Wipeout, in a very early PlayStation game, which is a big influence for us. And then all the way up to sort of current trends, which may or may not be definable genres. There's sort of a deconstructed kind of minimalism. Anti-design is another genre that I've heard it referred to. And this is just specifically thinking about typography and sort of the sort of superficial layer of our branding, and sort of world building. There are a whole slew of influences when it comes to architecture and character design and world building and natural palette. So it's all a big soup.
Awesome. Let's see. Wrapping up the previous subject, which is like sort of on career play. I know that we've also been exploring internally doing a lot more tests with mixed crew sizes. We're still thinking about how we want to approach the idea of not just 1vx, but like, are there different crew sizes that we want to support? Like, do we want to do something that's more about solo duo, or things of that sort? We haven't really landed on a discussion point yet. Those are all investigations that we're sort of pursuing, so nothing we can commit to there, but we're definitely looking into stuff like that. We're also looking into ways that, you can communicate in some way with teams that are not your team. We don't know exactly what feature that could be, but we've been talking a lot about that. So we're looking into a lot of stuff on that front to sort of improve the overall like sort of social complexity of the game, but also make it better for matchmade crews and also crews of different sizes, whether they be ones, solos, duos, or trios, to find a good experience. So let's see, what is another area that we've been touching on? There's so many things. Oh, progression. Yes. Progression rates in the alpha were way too fast. Everybody went really far, in the alpha in a very short period of time. Some of it was a lot of stuff was being gotten out. Some of it was just our tuning on factions was way too fast. Some of it, I will say that like, that's one part of it that was true. Another part of it that was true was, what's up?
Money, credits.
Yeah, money, credits. Like, yeah, credits and material economy we're thinking about as well. Like we want to make sure that credits and materials have really distinct purposes for how you use them, and that you feel the value of using them. Right now, we don't think we landed that super well in the alpha. It was a little bit muddy, and you end up spending a lot less money than you gained. And the credits economy was a little bit more grindy than we intended. There's a lot of things like that we want to support. Some of it is rethinking sort of how those things are distributed inside the black market. So different things that you'll buy with each one. Some of it is also, we know that part of our aspiration for the black market is that you are able to upgrade your way into sort of customizing what your black market does for you, gives you reliable ways to build the kit that you want to, especially when you're recovering, or gives you options that actually continuously help you. And that's a little hard to do. It's a little hard to target which upgrades you really, really care about right now currently. So we're thinking about how to iterate on that as well. And we're doing some work already to improve that experience. And then lastly, there's like a lot of progression systems that we just simply haven't put in the game yet that we are looking to help sort of like make that journey a little bit more awesome, especially as you go further into it. Things like our archive system, which is a little bit more about achievements and collection stuff that we have, as well as there's additional other things inside of there like factions that you haven't met yet. But yeah, and we're also trying to take all of our factions and give them a slightly more distinct identity against each other. Right now, they read definitely differently from like a lore standpoint, but like how that folds into some of the upgrade systems and some of the contracts they ask you to do is not as distinct. So we're refining that as we go along too. So, yeah, those are a lot of the big beats of what we are tackling. What else was there in that list? I don't remember. Andrew, maybe you do.
I was gonna say it's a good amount.
It's a good amount. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
It's a good amount. Like, yeah, I think the overarching deal is like we definitely have gotten like a lot of points to improve on, and we're actively improving on them right now. And like some of our investigations for bigger ones, but I think like in general, the survival game being more robust is a huge one. Feeling more immersed in the world, having the world feel more alive.
Yeah,
hitting on the fantasy of like being a runner, right? Like in what we call infill, which is like going from matchmaking into boots on the ground. Doesn't feel like super great right now, so we're actively working on that. Like I think there's all the gaps that we heard either from feedback or that were data that we looked at in the game of like how players resolve things. I think we have a bunch of big improvement points, and we're swinging pretty hard at all of them right now.
Yeah, definitely. I know we've spent a lot of time sort of beginning a lot of the work has already begun, but like sort of also just talking about all the sort of work we are going to do about tackling a lot of these issues as well.
So that's a good segue into a question from IMTK, who's asked, what's the biggest negative feedback from the alpha that the team is looking to change by release, or at least close to the period after release?
I mean, they're all pretty big points, I'd say. I think the survival stuff, like the run texture and the survival stuff, is probably one of the biggest ones, because we're putting a lot of different points into it. Like we're thinking about how Lars mentioned earlier about how exfilling is different, inside of the game. Like, for example, we might change some of the rules around exfilling and sort of the way it works right now. We're also thinking about everything from AI combatants to resources to loot, all as part of that. So it's a pretty big amount of stuff that we're doing in that space. The other big area I'd say is actually the creative fantasy stuff, which we're really, really trying to land a little bit better, like the immersive fantasy stuff. Wish we could show you some examples, and we definitely will soon. But there's a lot of work we're putting into that too, to make sure that it really feels that it mirrors the intensity of like the experience that we intend on the planet. Like really, a marathon is supposed to be about surviving Tau Ceti and the marathon, ship, and surviving that situation. Right now, it just feels like it's purely about surviving other players, and we want to really make sure that that all comes together, both from a creative and gameplay standpoint, in a really impactful way.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest one on combat is just we need to make the game we need to have a lot more options for players to kind of resolve different scenarios differently, which is a hilarious statement, but it's you need to be able to, again, go to the point earlier, you have to be able to peel off of AI, understand how to fight different AI, different players, how you get out, get more variety in there, and then we did have a lot of good feedback around it requires 2 people to do anything in the game, or 2 or more, and also how much you're reviving, and at the time it takes that for them enemy team or enemy squad to revive, and how long.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that we're revisiting some of the rezzing stuff, but
the res stuff. We're changing how that works, so that when you actually do get a pick on an enemy crew, they can't res in the time that it takes you to heal to full, which I think was a kind of a big problem. So we wanted to make sure that you by yourself have more agency and can actually affect more change in the world, but also the world really pushes back a lot more on you. So I think that's probably the biggest trend of feedback on combat that we're actively, tackling from a ton of different angles, on combatants and on, the runner side and on the weapon side.
Yep, and
so I got a question from No, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was saying from the art side, it's focusing on immersion and sort of divided into fidelity, sort of the technical side of our visual world, and then it's the sort of narrative. It's supporting the narrative of the runner fantasy, which there's a lot of work to do, and those are the 2 biggest takeaways for us from the art side.
There's another question, Cosmo, you said?
Yeah, so I got a question from Curiosity. It says, going forward, will we see more ways to customize and visualize, represent ourselves as players within the runner? This being one of my main questions for both gameplay and immersion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think we are going to be doing a little bit more. I know Andrew's team has been working on skin work for a while, in terms of just thinking about how to, give you visual options to express yourself. We're not going to talk super deep about it because we're still in the process of figuring a lot of those pieces out, but is there anything you want to share on that front, Andrew?
Yeah, we were looking at different, ways for their, the runners to be customized, both gameplay wise and also in terms of their visual sets. We're also looking at making weapon stuff too, to express your weapons and stuff, different ways and multiple ways, not just one.
That did trigger something that I think we forgot to talk about, that we want to talk about, was build crafting. How we're sort of thinking a little bit more about how we want to make more distinct build crafting elements.
Yeah, we're tackling build crafting improvements in 2 vectors. One, the runner team is really figuring that out right now. They have some really good ideas. We're trying to basically learn from what we had in the alpha and then extend it in terms of implants being a bit more interesting, and kind of cores having a lot of the interest that people were kind of chasing. And so we're looking at how we can plus up implants a bit more, so they stand up better alongside the cores. And then on weapons, we had perks only in the upper tiers of attachments, on purple attachments and stuff like that. So you'd have a purple magazine that had a perk on it, or a purple barrel that had a perk. We're taking a lot of the perks and putting them into the chip attachment, and so they're not divided by the weapon or the weapon family anymore. Like the chips are generic, and so if you find a chip, you can put on any gun.
So it gives you more like an anchoring element then, like this like verb that you can throw on a thing and then.
Yeah, and there's more chips at like lower rarities too. So we're really looking at how we can get more of that build crafting into the weapons versus like you need a specific thing, and there being more considerations for what verb you want to add to the gun overall.
Yeah,
So that's a big push that we're doing right now.
that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
So I got a
from an
question
art
from
side,
Ethan.
I'm super excited about the whole cosmetic side, the fashion game that we're gonna deliver. Our characters, our base characters, have such a unique look and sort of specific to our visual world that it's a question we've gotten a lot about. What kind of range, what kind of aesthetic or visual range do these runners support? And their answer is all of them. So, yeah, we're very excited to start rolling out looks and sort of ways for players to identify more specifically with certain runners or styles or fashions.
Cool. Cosmo?
So I got a question from Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Has the team reconsidered its stance on proximity chat or exploring other ways to encourage more emergent social interactions between rival players and squads?
Yeah, I think that's one of the areas that we're still brainstorming around. You know, is like, how do you use Signal to other people? Like, you know, the classic friendly. You know, like what's our version of that? You know, or is there a way that you can use those things in interesting ways between groups right now? We don't have a solution to it just yet, you know, but we are talking through it right now. Yeah.
All right, I got a question from Agent. Says, would love to hear about the materials for each faction. I feel like there's way too many faction materials and it's insanely overwhelming.
The materials for each faction. Oh, you mean for the upgrades, like to purchase the upgrades and stuff like that?
Right.
I think right now we're talking about the materials economy a little bit, you know, how it all aligns to different things. There's a couple things that I think we've learned from Alpha. One is that we want more materials that are kind of like a little bit more memorable and evocative, like we said. You know, we think we like things like you know, tick milk inside of there because it just kind of has this like interesting, evocative, like kind of like, but you kind of question what it's about. So the creative theming of some of the materials we're taking a second pass at, but the other part of it is there is a lot of materials and they're all like sort of value graded, like in terms of thinking about, you know, like greens, blues, and purples and stuff like that. I try to make it a little bit easier for you to understand the value of a material, you know, as it sort of is used across different things between like sort of recipes for trading versus upgrades and things of that sort. It's like a sort of a top down, how do we use materials kind of thing that we're looking into. We do think that it's less about how many materials as opposed to it being clear how they're used, you know, like, and I think, because part of it is that we do want there to be a big diversity of different types of things that you want to loot, but it's about you associating it with the value that you're going to be getting from it. That's super important. And I think that we're still a little loose on that and we're trying to tighten that up more.
Yeah, we did a big pass on relatability and stuff like that.
Relatability, yeah.
Which is, you know, we actually had a pass in, not for this build that everyone played, but the current build that we're in. And there's a bit more, I would say, theming, like in terms of what goes where and like what things that, you know, would go with weapon upgrades, and you'd be like, okay, like I kind of understand that. And so there's a lot of theming discussions, a lot of relatability discussions. We're still iterating on the look sets of them as well, how they sit in the environment. We're still looking at the looting moment as well. So when you open a container, that it feels really good right now, kind of feels this like pop in. I know that like some folks feel like that it kind of like the pop in feels like, or the pop in of the loot when you're going through a container, the searching essentially is what it is.
Yeah.
Is it feels a little bit like, you know, your internet is slow or something. And so we're really trying to make it feel like it's like you're actually searching through, and that feeling really rewarding when you find something in there, whether it's a material or a valuable or something else. So yeah, I think that we're looking at the organization of the materials, what they are, what they're used for, and then, you know, understanding when you find a specific one, you're like, oh yes. The other thing, it's probably, I mean, we haven't had a question about it yet, but I feel like we should talk about it, is bag space and all that kind of good stuff, right, Joe?
Like in terms of like thinking about, yeah, we've definitely gone back and forth on a lot of things, including around backspace, which is like we want you to feel the tension of obviously what you pick up and how much of it you pick up, right? But we also want you to like think more about what, like right now, for example, I would say our looting is very much based on sort of stack value in a size, you know, where it's like, oh, we have a lot of things that accomplish. It's like how much value do you get stacking something inside of a specific slot as opposed to getting a variety of different types of values out of things, you know? It's something we've been talking a lot about. And yeah, we might be changing some icon sizes or things like that in the future, you know, or like basically some of the sizing of different types of things inside of your bag just to make it the puzzle a little bit better. But there's a lot of iterations we're going to do on that front. We are going to make it probably a little bit rarer for you to find bags, but we're going to try to make it easier for you to like reliably get them from the black market and things of that sort. So we're shifting some of those equations around.
Yeah, base bag space is always the topic of conversation.
Base bag
space is always the big discussion.
I think we're still talking about base bag space, you know, like basically the thing is we don't want you to not feel like you want to get a bag, you know, right? Like I think it's like it's weird if you always feel like you have enough space and you don't need a bag, you know, but I do think that we still want to make sure that tension feels right, you know. But yeah.
So I got a question from Zionless. It says, is there plans to add guaranteed ways to build craft? I heard lots about build crafting, but not being able to get a loadout I designed without hopefully randomly stumbling upon it sounds bad. I would like to see crafting system or at least have the option to change cores with some material expenses.
I think we're trying to make the lower level of build, like the baselining of build crafting, something that you can establish through your black market a little bit easier, you know, like acquire and build in that way. But there's always going to be like a difference when it comes to high rarity things. High rarity things, like for example, there will be builds that involved having a really rare item that may not be something you can always have. But like we want you to get more involved at the lower level of build crafting where you feel like you can actually kind of do that kind of thing. But yeah, Andrew, I know you.
I think we agree with the statement that was in the question, which is like it feels hard to maintain like a build, and we need to we're looking through a bunch of ways through black market or like through bartering or something like that to kind of like be able to get the right verbs. Maybe it's not the same thing that you want because we still want you to kind of go and loot things, but we want to have you have verbs that you're like, I like when I'm playing glitch and like this is like the overall verb set I would like for the glitch, and you having more opportunity to be able to go back to that well versus like, oh, though my access to the well is purely based off of the randomness of the container.
I think that's it. I think it's like if you think of like if the like lower level version of it, the middle version of it, and the perfect version of it, right? We want you to have access to like the lower or middle version depending on how you've like, you know, done that. But the perfect version of it, I think some pieces will still be, you know, things that if you lose them, you'll have to find them again, you know, right? Yeah.
So Drifter wants to know, is there any discussion on reworking the resurrection of dead teammates system? Would like to see this addressed before launch, as rezzing dead bodies seems free is bad for the tempo of the game.
We concur. Yep, I'll just jump in and say yes, we concur. Yes, we concur. Whereas about a bunch of work is going into it right now. We basically have our one axis of a solve we have for right now is increasing the resurrection time and also having it so that every time you go down, the timer does get increased. And so if you keep on going down, like you kind of like your ability to come back into, you know, back from the abyss is harder and harder. We're also looking at, we also did a bunch of changes in the alpha around like the timer, saved progress timer. So when alpha first came out, it saved your progress the entire time, and so you could like get to halfway, take a fight, and then go back and kind of just pay for the half of the res timer. We did have a regressive decay on that, so it goes down. And we're looking at other things too. That if that's not enough, we definitely know that. resing feels a bit too free. We're also taking a look at the messaging. I know that there's the that little the little stick figure above the bags and stuff that we adorably call the little gentleman above the bags.
Little gentleman.
We're looking at that actually being a tell, so you can't just like camp the bags the entire time. We liked the texture of being able to know whether or not like a crew was downed and like making combat decisions as a crew about that, so you can kind of like coalesce around the information. But I think we're seeing that there's, once you give too much information, obviously like it just like you can have too much action in terms of what to do and where, like not, you can stay in the area knowing that there might be like a clutch play happening or something. So I would say we agree with the baseline is that resing is too free,
yeah.
and we're not looking for just purely punishments where if you do get fully dead, like you feel like coming back and being alive is like not worth the time. That's definitely something we don't want to do, and so we're trying to make it so that there is a thing for continuously dying, and then resing does feel really clutch when you do it, but it's not a guaranteed thing.
I know we've talked about it, but I think the sort of place we're trying to land ultimately is that if a person gets downed, resing them, like not downed, but like not completely eliminated, but like downed, right? Like knocked down, resing them in combat is hard, but it's doable. And if they get eliminated, getting them out, like resing them in combat is really, really, really like very almost difficult to do, right? You really want to do it once you've cleared the area. Is that the intent?
Yeah, we want it to be that like doing it in a fight is not as, you don't want to take that on as often as you did in the alpha. Like I think that's something we're seeing, is that like you saw folks in the middle of a fight go in the back and like res somebody, and then like now it's like the numbers game of it's like okay, it's 2v3, okay, now it's 3v3, okay, now it's 2v2, now it's 1v2, okay, now it's 3v2, and so we're definitely working on that. And so not that we definitely don't want it to like remove it from the game entirely, because we do think that it gives a bit more of that social texture to the crew play, or even like if you're playing whether a duo or a trio or something. But we definitely don't want to make it like the obvious choice where we want death to matter. And I think that there's a feeling, I think we got in feedback, where death does not feel like it matters.
Yeah.
So I've seen a lot of questions in chat about like, where are the aliens? And there's another question. It's like, where is the 4? Are they coming? You want to speak to any of it?
I mean, we have plans for like a lot of alien stuff coming in the future, that we don't really want to talk about. There is some other stuff that has to do with like the 4. We have a touch of it already that we have in testing, but I can't, but I don't know if we're ready to talk about all those plans yet. I mean, like it's content, but it's not kind of we're ready to show yet, if that makes sense. But
yeah, part of like part of the baseline of Marathon right now is the table stakes of the universe, right?
Yeah.
And then we're trying to build, but not like build in like a forever way, but like build aggressively towards the alien friction that I think everyone's kind of like leaning at and kind of like and heading towards, and like in their wants. But we're trying to get there in a way where we get the table stakes, and then we go from there. Even some of our weapons, I know that there was some folks that were just like, where's the 4 rifle, right? Where's the giant pink 4 rifle from the first Marathon game? And we're setting the baseline, but that doesn't mean that we're not invested there or anything. No. It just means that this is the baseline of where we're going to get to. We're definitely conscious of starting from a place that we can grow and get crazier from here. And if you start at full volume, there's kind of no place to go. You're going to get to the ceiling and you crush up against the ceiling pretty fast. But that doesn't mean we're not invested in those areas. I think we're pretty heavily invested.
Yeah, I mean, like ultimately, we're at the start of a journey that we hope Marathon is taking towards, telling a much bigger story, but you want to start at a place that makes sense.
Yeah, there was a really great conversation yesterday about something in this vein, and the excitement was very high in the room about it. So if you like aliens and mystery, I think we're actively having good conversations about that. I feel like we say we talk a lot on here. We have conversations about. There's things we're building. I guess. Like
Yeah,
what to say.
there are things we're building. There's things we talk about with the goal of building, and then things we talk about knowing we will be building them even further in the future, and all those things are true. Yeah.
It's like what do we do?
All right, got time for one more question. Are there any plans to expand the verticality of the early game maps by increasing their depth and complexity? For example, by adding more underground locations that could be unlocked through collective community progress or completing some kind of raid-like mechanics?
We've talked about how we use we're probably going to be shifting around how we use some of the existing spaces, to be fair, like in terms of thinking about how we're going to add more complexity in ways that we approach those maps, right, Lars? Like in terms of thinking about it, but like I know we've talked about how as like a live game, we want to continuously sort of like add to these maps and think about them in the future. But yeah, Lars, I know you guys have talked about it.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it, where you were just talking about the alien stuff and how we start at the baseline. I think the maps, we think about it in the same way, and obviously there were some nooks and crannies in the maps that were in the alpha, and it obviously wasn't all of the content we plan to have when the game comes out. And so, but yeah, we see it as, again, creating like this really satisfying baseline and then looking for room to grow and how we increase that complexity over time. And I would say some of the maps, the newer maps that we're working on right now, take that into account even more so than Perimeter and Marsh. Even though we had a lot of those conversations early on about Perimeter and Marsh as well, and then which saw things like the underground sort of gold locked room that was underneath AI Blank, or the sort of twisty and turny tunnels that are underneath bioresearch. And so yeah, again, I think it's like starting at the baseline and then figuring out the right things to add and thinking about that approach from first principles going forward too.
All right, Joe, do you want to close us out with anything?
Yeah, once again, I want to appreciate everybody for like sort of not just joining us here, but also whoever participated in the alpha or whoever was part of watching it or just even part of the discourse. We really appreciate it. We're really like excited that a lot of people are interested in sort of seeing where we evolve this game and sort of how we're continuing to iterate on it and make it better. So thank you all for the feedback. Thank you all for the questions. Thank you all for the sort of support and for sharing your feedback and opinions with us. It's all super valuable, and we've been listening. We're like constantly talking about how to tackle it. We're doing a lot of things already to tackle it. We're sorry we couldn't show anything this week. Unexpected conditions came up, but next time we want to be showing you a little bit more about what we're working on, and hopefully that'll be exciting to see. But yeah, thank you all very much. Look forward to talking to you again soon. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, that looks to be about everything. Well, yeah, that was definitely something. I don't know. Anyway, I think it's time for some gotcha stuff. Don't you think? So someone to hop over to the Honkai Star Rails. Honkai Star Rail. There we go. Duplicator, Destiny 2, modify. There we go. Another duplicator I want is this. So like that. Spotify. Actually, put up there. Why not? So yeah, dailies. Oh, Hyacinth. How are you, little bish? How are you, girl? Let's get it. I can do this.
All will be swept away by the wind. That's better. Root here. Stand still.
Stand still.
Bye.
Boom. Me bomba.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
A boom.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us. Nap time. Relax. As you wish. Time to say bye.
Boom.
Stand still. Time to say bye.
Boom.
Nap time. Relax. Time to say bye.
Boom.
Existence is unity. That's better. Root here. Just a little something. Think nothing of it. All will be swept away by the wind. Stand still.
Time to say bye. Boom.
As you wish. Embrace a new life.
God, Nether Wing is like so fucking broken.
Time to say bye.
Boom.
Boom. Time to say bye.
Boom.
Nap time.
Like, how many times do you want to say bye? And then fucking kaboom.
Root here. All will be swept away by the wind. Relax.
Time to say bye. Boom. Like, so many times she wants to go boom.
As you wish. Just a little something. Think nothing of it. Stand still.
Like, even right now, she wants to go boom. Exactly.
Time to say bye. Boom.
And again.
Nap
Like she's widowous awoken.
Time to say bye.
Boom.
Boom. Nap time. Relax. Embrace a new life. Return to dust.
Time to say bye. Boom.
All will be swept away by the wind. Just a little something. Think nothing of it. That's better. Wilt here. As you wish. Embrace a new life. Just a little something. Think nothing of it. May death protect us! Time to say bye. Boom. That's better. Time to say bye.
Boom.
Boom. Root here. Nap time. Stand still. As you wish. Just a little something. Think nothing of it. Time to say bye. Boom.
Oop.
Eternal. Wilt here. Enjoying yourself? All will be swept away by the wind. Relax. Time to say bye. Boom. Stand still. Time to say bye. Boom. Time to say bye. Boom. As you wish. That's better. Just a little something. Think nothing of it. Embrace a new life. May death protect us! Time to say bye. Boom. Nap time.
And done. I'm missing anything.
Do you want to
No.
go to the festival hall?
Hmm. Hmm. Alright, let's get it. Farog.
I'm with you.
Let the show begin.
Let's say
Alright. Let's see what we got.
Fasten it all together. Here you go, Master. As your
We should.
tiger, less carbs.
Should be fine.
is that all? A will forged in ice never falters.
Forever.
Triumphant! Victory is inevitable! Fearless knows not fear.
Yeah.
Too slow.
Oh, I get it. Stars echo.
Never hesitate! I won't
Wow. And it's just definition. Oh, so high. If you show. And it's
Is that all?
your definition. Oh, so high. And it's all. Your definition of our time.
too slow.
Forever.
Triumphant! Victory is inevitable!
Oh, I did it. Harmony and unison.
Alright, Svarog.
Stars echo.
The fearless knows not fear.
Yeah. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, less cards. Watch this. Awesome.
It's all.
Will forged in ice.
Definition of our time.
Victory is inevitable!
Leave it all behind. Let's get it now. Push forward. Definition so high. About time.
Off the ground and tap.
Dev. Just as I turn everything down, it then stops. God damn it.
Forever.
Triumphant! Victory is inevitable!
Fuck.
Harmony and unison. Stars echo.
Quick. Definition so high. It is so. My definition one more time. Cause there's a piece of business in the ability. This is a reason. Come on, please. Get it dead, please. Oh. Yeah, bye-bye. This one. Right.
I'll be taking point.
Shit. Alright. We'll see what's what. Might be because of my RMC. But we'll see what happens, I guess.
Embrace a new life. Return to dust.
Indulge yourselves.
May death protect us. Root here.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get it in the 20. I can already guarantee you.
As you wish. Embrace a new life. Darkness with me. May death protect us.
3 rotations. Realistically. Indulge yourselves. No, Trivy.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get it, like, at all. Indulge yourselves. Yeah, I'm not gonna get 3 stars anyway because I have a down character.
As you wish.
And there goes 2.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us. Root here. As you wish.
It is 3. And finally, there goes 4. Light cone levels are low. Okay. So
You want to enter the forgotten.
you want to use it for your home? Alright. Light cone level's too slow. Low, sorry. That would be why. That would be why. Alright, there we go. Alright. You're traced. There we go.
With us here, you'll never get lost. With us here, you'll never get lost.
I'm just basically using everything at this point. Everything I got going down the drain. Where is it? And tribute's done. Now, do I have... I don't. Like... Never mind. Damn. Oh. That's all I can use. At least, get her up there. Okay. You might be a bit of a annoyance. And that's all I can do. Now I gotta save these. Alright, we'll give that a round tour.
I'm with you.
See how that goes.
Is that all? Will forged in ice never falters.
Triumphant! Victory is inevitable! Fearless knows not fear.
Welcome to my world.
Will forged in ice never falters.
Ma'am, do you want to heal? Ma'am. March 7th. Do you want to heal? Please. What's this? I don't want to watch this.
Will forged in ice never falters.
It's ready now. Rise up into my world. Definition. Oh, March is fucking dead. We have a down character. Yip is.
Harmony and unity. Stars echo.
Victor E is inevitable.
Will forged in ice never falters.
Yeah, definitely restart this. Hello, Svarog. Kaboom, Skulk Bam, Slim Blam, Gabagam, Kaboom.
Will forged in ice never falters.
Stars echo.
You need to get stronger.
Is that all?
The fearless knows not fear. I won't
Sportsmanlike.
Will forged in ice never falters.
never hesitate. Triumphant. Victory is inevitable.
Pressing it all together.
Fearless knows not fear.
Stars echo.
Welcome to my world.
Triumphant. Victory is inevitable.
Sportsmanlike.
Will forged
No one's dead yet. Yippee. So like, I gotta stop speaking because freaking Fei Xiao and Hunt 7th are almost dead. Yippee. And Jesus Christ. Never falters. Oh. I'm definitely not gonna get it though. But yeah. Still says red. Don't know why. Probably don't care. But yeah, I think that's Woo-Wah for now. No, oh, not Woo-Wah, sorry. I think that's HSR for now. I would do a goddamn pull. Oh yes, Nameless Honor is resetting in like 2 days. So that's gonna be fun. We'll actually go back to the grind of doing the thing. Doing the stuffing thing. Right, it is time for Boundless Bone Bureau. We'll go over to here. Boundless Bone Barrow. We then boot up the game. And we switch. Apparently my thing has an update. Alright, there we go. Sorted. Alright, let's see what's what. Let's see what. Take a photo of the black cat graffiti. This one right here. No. This one right here. Perfect. And with this, take a photo of Jane's back. Boop. Hi Connie, we done. I don't know, we're going to do the very generous dailies.
Greetings. What can I get for you?
I'll give you an espresso.
No machine ground beans here. Well, sometimes stopping to take a break can help you go further.
Hal, I'm sorry. Make me a little buddy. Boom, 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 do 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 do. Give them recommended tips. What in the Yippee, New Delhi. So, anyway. Oop. Alright, time to go do 300 energy worth of money. Cause money. Boom. God would love me, Abby. God, why do I have a gold? I hate gold. Wow, we whoop. Yippee. And I will do one more. Damn it. No one wanted to do. You. And that is the 1200 energy that we require for the weekly. Done and done. Hell yeah. Got dailies tomorrow and Sunday. So got these. That's 3,000. Yeah, I'll be done by tomorrow. Hello. One pull is all you need. Only one. Actually, that's in the next pull. Which I can't do, because I don't have any chrome. Until tomorrow. We are now on to the third gacha for the night. And that goes with ye old Wuthering Waves. Already, as we've done for the others, we're gonna do this. And this. Alrighty. Right. First things first, let us get this out of the way. So we go do a daily quest. Dude, for like the past week now, it's been this exact same quest. It's exactly wow. This exact daily. Jesus. Alright, that's the daily done. Then we go... do a calamity. Carlota.
Quickly take this! Still recognize me? Victory favors me! Masterpiece complete.
Kaboom.
Still recognize me? It's easy. Capture the sport! Leave it to me. Life is in everything. My compliment. The stage is set. Found your weak spot.
Limbo
Still
Londo.
recognize me? The world is mine. Is that it? A new era awaits. Still recognize me? It's easy. Art unveiled. My compliment. You will yield.
And perfect. And I get the bullshit boxes. Only crit rate, only crit damage. And 100. Now we're gonna do dice. And we're done with that one. That was easy. Melia cube, and that's all we can do for there. Alright, so that's all good. When will I get this? I need... There we go. Almost there. Defeat Lorelei and Fledleys at level 4. Okay. Alright, Lorelei.
Still recognize me? The world is mine. You've crossed the wrong person.
No.
In the name of the Montellis. Still recognize me? It's the people. Witness the art's true form. Leave it to me. I'm just life isn't everything. My confidence is just love. Stand down. You will yield. Still recognize me? Is that it?
Whoa.
Listen up. Here comes a helper. The fruit of evolution, bask in the sunlight. Photosynthesis.
Okay.
Improvise. Still recognize me? Victory favors me. Masterpiece complete. Still recognize me? Institution. Art unveiled. My compliment.
There we go. Alright, that's done. And then Fledleys.
Still recognize me? The world is mine. Grace. Time to part ways. A new era awaits. Instantly capture the spark. Did I mess it up? Bloom. Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution. I can use some fertilizer. Institution. Still recognize me?
The purge has come.
Ignorant.
Whoa.
Fading.
Alright.
Divine grace.
The fruit of evolution. Time to hibernate.
Okay.
Take this. I'm so tired.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. I'm just gonna restart that.
Glory to the Montellis.
Damn you. I have nothing that I can squeeze out. Alright, then there's one more thing that I want to do, and that is the Zani companion quest. So, let's just go do that, shall we? And for this, I actually want to run my Zani team. Look at her, she's so fucking hot.
Perfect wind to glide.
Perfect wind of life. Alrighty. Let's hop in. Board the gondola and enjoy a pleasant day in Raguna. As night falls over the city, you get off the gondola and notice two suspicious figures nearby. What are you guys doing?
What's taking you so long? If we don't bring back the goods, the boss will have our heads.
Am I interrupting something?
Oi, best keep your nose out of our business. We're with the Black Alley. Idiot! She's got the stance of a skilled fighter. We need to move.
Who's there?
Excuse me? I need your help.
Hey! What's got you two running scared?
Hello, Zani. A flurry of panicked sounds echo in the distance, and the sense of being watched fades. Zani?
Huh. Rover.
Hello.
Do you know what these two were up to? They were
Absolutely
babbling about hostages
no
and
idea.
fates. And then they came at me.
They were trying to break into someone's house.
And they just ran after taking one look at you, huh? Seems about right.
They said it was Black Alley business. Have you heard that name before?
I have. But that name, it's already...
You there! What's going on here?
Just two thieves. Took care of them. I was about to deliver them to the Chamber of Discipline myself.
What about her?
Same as you, drawn here by the sound of a scuffle. I know the rules. I'll go with you, make the report, and be done with it. Let me handle this. You'd rather not deal with their questions, hmm?
Someone else was also there. She asked for my help. But she ran away.
So there was somebody else?
Right. You'll come with me to the chamber then.
This might be more complicated than it looks. Will you wait for me? This won't take long.
While I wait for Zani, maybe I should search the area where that voice came from. Looks like they left by gondola. The trail's gone cold. I'll wait for Zani to return.
Here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Those Chamber of Discipline folk are as difficult to deal with as ever.
How did it go?
Well, you know how they are with the Montellis these days. No surprise they didn't share any interrogation details. I told them the thieves claimed to be with the Black Alley, but the Chamber doesn't bother with rumors without solid proof.
What exactly is the Black Alley?
A gang made up of criminals, although how many joined willingly is anyone's guess. A lot of vagrants were pressed into their service, pawns in a game of crime. The leadership got wiped out a few years ago by someone working solo. The leftovers? They were screwed. Some are still rotting in prison.
Do you think those two were just a few stragglers?
Maybe. Or maybe they just wanted to spook you. But they picked the wrong person to mess with. You're still thinking about that person who asked for help, huh? Got any leads?
Tell Zani what you discovered.
You think she's in the same boat as those vagrants in the past? Forced into something they didn't choose. Ah, you're the type who can't turn your back when someone asks for help. It's not too late. Got time for a detour?
I've got time to spare, so where are we going?
The old entrance to the Black Alley. If they're crawling back from the ashes, we might find a clue or two at their old haunt.
Alright, head to the Black Alley's entrance. Hey man, who is the real zombie?
This is it. Just hit the right. What's on your mind?
How come you're so familiar with this?
I have some past experience. Let's focus on what's in front of us first.
Alright. Kablam. Aside from a few broken rocks, only silence greets your efforts.
Strange. My memory shouldn't be failing me, should it?
Hope not.
Oi! Who's causing trouble here? Don't you know this is the Moss Brothers' turf?
Brother, they look tough.
What's there to be afraid of? We're the ones rebuilding the Black Alley. Now, how about you hand over some coin, eh?
No.
Well, that was a wasted trip. All yours. Come at me.
Wait! Mercy! We were blind. Please just let us go this time.
Told you, didn't I? Told you they were tough. Why'd you never listen to me? Oh, is this place cursed? Every time something happens, it's never good news. Just like the last time.
Hold on. Last time?
Yeah. Weeks ago. There was one hell of a racket. We thought the whole place was falling apart. Turns out, it was a bloody terror of a woman. Saw us, didn't say a word, just pulled a blade on us. We were lucky to get away. Took us 2 weeks to come back.
She's the one who wrecked the entrance then.
Perhaps. But the real question is why?
Then, everything's good now, right? We'll just, be on our way. Quietly.
Yeah. Fuck off.
Is that all the nerve you've got? And you call yourselves the ones to bring back the Black Alley?
Well, you've got to have something to make folks fear you, right? One of you looks soft, and the other looks halfway worked to death. I like my chances.
Shame you picked the wrong one.
How many times have you pulled this off?
Not even once.
Save the rest for the Chamber of Discipline.
Hey,
I'll keep digging into the Black Alley and what happened today. I'll let you know when I have something.
Okay.
It's getting late. We'll pick this up tomorrow, once I've got more to go on.
Alright, back to Laguna. Have a seat. Go to some last snacks at Margarita. The next day, you get a call from Zani as you're wandering the street.
I've got some updates on the situation.
Mama.
The name of their leader, Talos.
Talos. I don't know the name.
That name should have died along with the Black Alley years ago.
You mentioned before that someone single-handedly wiped out the upper ranks of the Black Alley. Any idea who it was?
Well, the rumors called them the Blazing Nightwalker.
Come again?
The Blazing Nightwalker. Ugh, don't make me say it again. If you're free, come by and we'll talk. There's something I could use your help with.
Oh, Sunny. Hi, Mama.
Which one should I pick? I'll take all of them. One of each, please.
A bit hard on digestion, no?
You made it. Let's sit over there and talk. I wasn't sure what you liked. It was too hard to choose, so I just got one of each flavor.
I took you for more of a coffee person.
Work is bitter enough as it is. Why drink something bitter on top of that?
Damn, surreal. Things not going well.
Yeah, still about the stuff from last time. Actually, a lot of the family's staff have been running into the same kind of trouble as that night. So, where should we start?
First, tell me what you need help with.
As I mentioned before, many people working for the Montellis have been victims of attempted thefts, like last night. The family has tightened security, but just sitting here waiting won't solve anything. As for the ones we caught, they haven't been chatty. Plus, they've only committed a few small-time crimes. So it would be tricky to use more extreme methods on them. If we do, it could give the wrong people a chance to twist the situation. You mentioned someone asked for your help earlier, right?
You want to locate her?
We've been trying, but haven't found anyone who matches her description yet. She's probably keeping a low profile. But right now, she might be the only lead we've got. So, might I ask you to play your face card one more time?
seems like it's up to me again.
Much appreciated. We'll do it tonight. It will be in your hands. Feel free to rest until it's time. I've already made arrangements at the hotel. I'll be here for a while. If you have any questions, just ask away.
Do we need to prepare anything?
Everything is taken care of.
Should I head straight for the hotel or dig a little deeper first?
I think I will head for the hotel first.
Hello there, miss.
Hello.
Miss Zani has already reserved a room for you. Ready to check in?
I'm ready to check in.
Very well. I'll show you to your room.
God, that text goes way too goddamn fast. Yeah, I kind of
Rover.
did a thing.
It's
I'm
not
gonna.
time yet. Aren't you going
I'm
to
just,
rest a
I'm
little
just
longer?
gonna get rid of it. Aren't you?
I am resting, all right?
I have a few questions.
What about?
The family's approach this time.
A lot of people were targeted, but in the end, they only sent you to handle it?
If we send too many people, we risk tipping our hand.
Why not tell the order?
Well, the Chamber of Discipline did catch a few perps, but they're not quick to act without solid proof. And some of the higher-ups in the Order might just be happy to see the Montellis having a little trouble.
The biggest issue I find is...
Really? That's the biggest issue you find?
There's probably something you're not telling me isn't there.
All right. You've got sharp instincts. Spending too much time with you and I'm running out of secrets. I was the one who delivered Talos and those Black Alley leaders to the Order.
What?
Yeah, that's me. The Blazing Nightwalker. But honestly, I really don't want to keep repeating that name.
By tradition, shouldn't you have revealed your true identity at the end?
Oh, you're talking about the stories where After a lot of hardship and misunderstanding, one side lets the truth out with their last breath, leaving the other to regret it forever.
What did you read them? What did you read them? Sorry.
I've got my own ways to keep entertained. Hiding my true identity got old fast. Since you were curious, I might as well just tell you. After all, you're not someone I can't trust, right? The family sent me to handle this, partly because they didn't want a big operation to stir things up, and partly because, well, it was a strategic move.
Hard for me to imagine you all fired up like that once.
I have to say it again. I never called myself that. Back then, I was just doing what needed to be done. Never planned on picking up a fancy nickname.
It's hard to imagine that name suiting you now.
What happened?
Well, that's what work does to you.
Do you think this Talos is the real deal then?
Not sure. Could just be the same old story repeating itself. Let's call it a cleanup job. If things go smoothly, maybe we can grab a late-night snack after,
I'll go all in then.
I don't think this is serious enough to give it your all. Just do enough to get it done. But keep some of that enthusiasm for the snacks later, It's almost time. Let's split up and prepare for the ambush.
Yippee.
Let's see if we can catch them in the act.
Zani is clearly doing more than just enough to get it done. Someone's making moves, but they just seem to be petty thieves.
Got it. You're clear to act when you see fit. I'll watch your back and keep an eye out for anyone trying to shadow you.
Excuse me. Yep.
Someone was waiting for us. You walked right into it, didn't you? All right, boys, let's put 'em down.
Need a hand?
I've got it covered.
Come at me.
No, okay. Oh, yeah.
Ah, you hit harder than I thought.
Stop resisting, just surrender.
Well, my boss gave me this.
Donnie?
Let's move in, now.
Blimey! How the hell are you moving so quick?
Put baking down now.
Not a chance. It's my hostage now. This is an echo napping, you hear?
Don't be causing trouble for folks who need their breakfast bright and early.
God, yes.
All right, start talking. Where's your hideout? Who's the one really calling the shots? Looks like we'll have to drag him back. We'll get answers sooner or later. A shame this one's only good for squealing. He's not the one we're after.
Is it me you're looking for? My name is Colleen. Please, help me and my friends.
Hello, Colleen.
Before we go any further, shouldn't you explain who you are first?
I'm from the Black Alley.
Oh, sorry. So you're one of them too?
No, the Black Alley is more than just the gang. It's the place too.
The entrance to the Black Alley is shut. It's done.
You're right. Talos destroyed it. But there's another way in. It used to be a home for vagrants like us. A few scraps, couple of jobs, just enough to get by. But then she came, and it all went up in smoke.
What did she do to you?
Came in claiming this place was hers, since they owned it before. Told us if we wanted to stay, we had to follow her rules. No other choice. Steal, lie, cheat, rob. Same as the old days. Give her your tribute, or you get a beating.
A fish that slipped the net. Sounds just like how the Black Alley ran things. But do people actually accept her as the acting Talos?
Some people did. They wanted to, you know? The ones with the dirty hands already. They were easy. But the main reason is that no one can stand up to her.
Is she that strong?
I'll wait outside.
No.
Rover?
Colleen, if you can't trust my friend, then I can't offer you my help. Trust goes both ways. You can't ask for help with one hand while holding a knife with the other.
The operation is a wrap. Bring in the ones we caught, and then everyone can call it a day.
Got it, Miss Zani. Any leads on your side?
No, nothing to report.
Looks like we'll have to try again tomorrow.
It's just us now. Anything else bothering you while I'm at it?
A terminal. Talos also has a terminal. It lets her transform into a powerful echo.
So that's it. You are worried the terminal was supplied by someone from the Montelli family, aren't you? That's why you doubt us and prefer to put your faith in a wayfaring laureate, huh?
I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize. You're a victim in this, with every right to be suspicious. So then, Rover, what do you think we should do?
What's your take? It's your job after all.
Who told everyone to call it a day again? As an employee of the Montelli family, I have an obligation to stop any terminals from being misused. I'll just have to ask the boss for double overtime pay and an extra vacation after this.
Great, but have you spent the vacation you got last time?
Are you really bringing up something so depressing now?
Thank you. Thank you both. Talos has us blindfolded whenever we leave the Black Alley. Keeps us from knowing the new... A runner takes us to the meeting spot. I'll take you to him.
Efficiency, above all.
Oh.
That's his hideout over there. He's a slippery one. One wrong move and he'll be gone, off in a gondola before you can blink.
We could use that to our advantage.
Looks like we're thinking the same thing. I'll cause a distraction up front. Leave the show to me. And you'll move to checkmate. Same as usual. Just another day's work.
Hi, buddy.
All yours. All yours. Come at me.
Come on.
Come at me.
Come on.
Fine. Comes with the job, I guess.
Hi, boys.
All yours. All of you at once. I don't do overtime.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh hi. Whoa. Hey yo. What the fuck? Okay.
Wait. You're after the Black Alley's entrance, aren't you?
I haven't said a word yet.
I know my value to people. Now that you got me, no point in resisting. The longer I hold out, the more pain I'm asking for. Smart people know when to give in. It's how I stayed alive.
Have you got him?
Yep, and he's already talking.
So, we won't need to help him talk after all. Once he coughs up the entrance location, we'll head straight there from here. The family is almost on site. They can handle the cleanup. This is me, logging out.
Description that provided. Find the entrance.
Might be a bit late to ask, but Colleen, you did what Talos asked, didn't you?
I didn't.
Did you forget what Rover said? Trust goes both ways.
I didn't have a choice. If I didn't, they'd, hurt me.
Then when the time comes, make sure you tell the Chamber of Discipline everything. No lies.
But I...
Don't excuse yourself by saying you were forced into it. Can you do that?
Fine. I get it.
The blazing Nightwalker is no joke.
Ugh, don't call me that. Let's get this over with. I'm praying it doesn't reek in there.
Please don't point that out right now.
Don't worry. It may be an underground waterway, but it's been abandoned for a long time now. It's not exactly clean, but it's livable. We did some work on it. The pipes are a maze, though. They split up the territory by rank. Talos is holed up somewhere deep in the waterway.
Demons always live in hell, like the Primus always stays in the cathedral. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, and Rover, mask's on. The mask makes things a lot easier. It's better if neither of us gets recognized too easily.
Fair point, but...
I'll pretend I don't know who you are.
Guess I don't need to spell it out for you.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, let's get this done quickly.
Let's get this done.
This way. All yours. Come on, man.
Kaboom.
Swift and resolute. Hopefully this helps. No hesitation.
Deb. Sorry.
Uh-oh. Things just went south. Looks like we've got a fight on our hands.
Moment of resonance.
Shut. All yours. Fine. Come at me. All of you at once. I don't do overtime. The way ahead should be under the cistern.
Wait, we're swimming down there?
I think there's a drainage switch in the next room.
Let's check it out then. What's this?
It's a sequence mechanism. You need to hit it hard to get it to work. Vagrants like us aren't much for heavy lifting, so it's been stuck like this forever.
Attack the sequence mechanism continuously to fully charge and unlock certain mechanisms and entrances. Charging portion is shown as at the highlighted portion. Charge will begin to drop if you stop attacking. Oh yeah. Itchy ear, sorry. Alright. Turn the messenger statue to the correct direction to activate the mechanism. Different mechanisms require you to turn the statue in different ways and different directions. Look for nearby hints to solve the puzzle. When at the center, their eyes converge.
If we turn the statues to face the right direction, it'll open up the waterlock.
How do we know what's the right direction?
I've never actually been here before, so... Let me think. I know there must be something that can help.
Wind guide me.
I'm gonna see if having them look inwards works. Just like brute forced it. And that was so easy. Oh my god.
So all we needed to do was make them face the center. So simple, as if it were a joke.
Absolutely.
Well, it looks like we found the way. Let's move.
Hopefully this helps. Moment of resonance.
I love it when a bottle float. Sweet.
Watch out.
Thanks, buddy. That's the parish.
You good?
Yeah, thanks. You saved me there. It's been a while since I've been down here. Forgot about that part.
Hmm. Henry and I found a supply chest behind 2 pipes. Do not touch this supply chest.
Cherish every gain.
What if I want to?
Break. Hopefully this helps.
No contest.
A drunken gang member, huh?
Who's there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, so many unfamiliar faces. Oh. You win. I give up. No, I didn't see a single thing.
So
Jesus.
this is who Talos is hiring now?
He's probably one of those who don't actually buy a story. That's why they tossed him out here. Still, this place usually has more than just one person on guard.
More than one, you say?
Yeah. They usually keep a few posted around here. Not just to make sure we don't run, but to search us. Check if we're carrying anything valuable. Some got caught with stuff after a few rounds of searching and... well... let's just say their fingers didn't stay intact.
Don't waste time on what-ifs. Talos has a debt to pay for all of this. All yours. Come at me. This place was supposed to be abandoned. Why is this thing still running?
Talos's people fixed it up.
To keep people out?
Not just that. Talos doesn't stop anyone from challenging her. In fact, she tells them if they beat her, they get to be the new Talos. The ones who try it always lose to the echo she transforms herself into. Then she freezes their bodies and dumps them in this tunnel. She says it's to calm them down.
That's humor I don't understand.
I'll just go smash it.
Be careful. There might be an ambush waiting for you. Plus, with this wind, you won't stand a chance if you're not heavy enough to hold your ground. Luckily, my shield should do the trick. You two, get behind me.
Alrighty. Strong airstreams flow through the activated ventilation tunnel. Follow Zani and stay within the protection zone created by her shield. Otherwise, you may be blown off course.
Come, follow me.
Okay, I'll come.
This thing should be able to turn off, right?
Yeah, the switch to stop it is up ahead. Normally there's always someone guarding this. Strange. It's just like earlier.
While I didn't exactly expect them to be model employees, I did expect a bit of crisis awareness. Something's definitely off. Let's pick up the pace.
Here it is. The switch to stop the blades.
Less explaining, more button pressing.
Right above is the Black Alley living quarters.
Sounds, come forth.
Maybe performing a specific pose. Alright. What was it again? The messenger who's lost his way. I probably say guidance. Aha. Messenger scarred by betrayal. Loyalty? Consumed by doubt. Recognition. Hey, brute force. I'm just widowy goated. Acquire the windfall.
An unexpected discovery.
Not a soul in sight.
This doesn't feel right. Even if the guards are slacking off, they should be getting their drink on somewhere around here. And the old folk like Hubert, they'd be stuck here too.
So none of this has been normal from the start. Let's check the area. There could be some traps.
Hopefully this helps. Disperse. No hesitation. Remnants of the past.
How's it going over there? Let's regroup and go over what we have. The conclusion I've come to is simple. Everyone here was dragged off somewhere.
Same on my side.
I found a sign my friend left behind. I think it's telling us to run. They must have been in real trouble.
But what kind of trouble are we talking about?
Talos.
That's probably the best guess. But why would Talos move them in the first place? And where did they go?
Oh, finally. Just a couple of old-timers, but still a bloody weight. When the rest of the boys are back, we'll get them shifted.
Looks like we have a new lead.
Indeed, we do.
Moment of resonance. No hesitation.
Safely fine.
Shut. All yours. All of you at once. I don't do overtime. Come at me.
Safely fine.
Where is everyone? And where is Talos?
Who the hell are you lot? Colleen. Yeah, so the boss was right. You lot are pathetically useless. Didn't think you'd be so quick to sell your master and go find some little helpers. Got a short memory, eh? Now that your nails are back, you think you're so tough. Just wait till Talos gets her hands on these two. We'll see how many lives you've got left.
Perfect timing. Why don't you tell us where she is? We'll spare her the trouble and walk right into the net ourselves.
She's in the storage area, behind the trapdoor.
And the others who were here?
I don't know.
Tell me. The people. Where did they go?
I can't.
He'd rather knock himself out cold than talk. We'll have to get answers from Talos herself. Any more delays could spell trouble. Colleen.
I'll lead the way.
No. You're staying here.
Why?
We didn't meet much resistance to make it where we are now. If they haven't left, then we'll be up against a lot more enemies ahead. It's risky for you to keep going. This is what you're thinking, right?
I need to find Hubert and the others. And I have to lead, or else you might go the wrong way.
No. The stakes of these two things aren't the same.
Hubert and the others, they've always looked out for me. The only way I can help them is to get you to Talos as quickly as possible. I've never been powerful, but I've got my ways of making myself useful. Even if I just buy you a little more time, it'll be worth it, right?
Taking everything on yourself will wear you out eventually. Guess there's no point trying to change your mind. I'm counting on you.
No hesitation. Ha! Ha! Hopefully this helps. Ha! Disperse.
The wind is stronger than before. Again, stay behind me. Keep alert. Watch out. Well done. Watch your step.
No worries. I've got this.
Keep Colleen back there.
What is it?
Still breathing. This one too.
What's she doing over there?
You can come over now. They've all been thrown down here. Still breathing, but they need immediate treatment. I should have known.
Is that little Colleen?
Hubert!
Run! They said we might be exposed. Wanted to deal with us before everyone left. Run! Run! We're old and of no use to anyone. We can't run anymore. It's not so bad. Lying here. Easier than getting up and finding out. Life here hasn't been easy. If it weren't for Talos, you'd already be long gone from this place. Oh, you passed the Vault's hiring test. It was those thugs that forced you back. Oh, it's always the same. One Talos goes, then another takes its place.
Another one.
Leave this place. Oh, you deserve a stable home. Who,
I'm Zani, from Averardo Vault.
That's where little Colleen was supposed to go.
Yes. It was Miss Colleen who reached out to us. That's why we're here. According to the employee manual, Protocol 8, we are obligated to help members with any problems they run into while onboarding. Since Miss Colleen passed the assessment, but can't begin her duties because of outside factors, we're required to activate Protocol 8 and help her solve the issue at hand.
Miss Zani.
Little Colleen, is this true?
Yeah, it is. Mizani is incredible. She could flip over a gondola with one finger if she wanted. She showed us some wild stuff during the assessment.
But Talos's echo is not something to be taken lightly.
I'll be there too.
That's right. The laureate is here too. You missed it before. She took down Cetus the Tidebreaker single-handedly. Sent it right back where it belonged. Even stronger than the blazing Nightwalker.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Colleen, I'm leaving this in your hands. Use my terminal to contact the Montellis and get them here. You'll be able to track their location with it as well. Rover, looks like I'll have to go back on what I said.
Oh, yeah?
I was planning to do just enough to get it done. But now, I've got no choice but to go all in.
Is it time for the epic cutscene? Never mind.
Let's get out of here.
Activate the drain on the spiral column to release water from the tunnel and create a new passage. Adjust the spiral column to control the water level. Give me 1 second. So, right, edit file. Alright, let us do the thing. Okay. Alright, and then lower it. Much better. So let's leave. Now open the lower outlet. Aha, there it is. So we go down there. Can I grab this? No. Yippee. Alright. Lower. And we're good. Is there anything else to this bitch? No? Okay. Absolutely, totally, doodly nothing.
Cherish every gain. Did you take off your mask back there just to make them feel better?
Yes, or my words wouldn't have meant a damn thing.
Didn't think you'd bother with something like that.
Today is an exception.
Leave it to me. Break. So, Protocol 8 from the employee manual. You were lying through your teeth, weren't you?
Obviously.
There's a lot of
Who
people
would do
over there.
something so thankless and exhausting?
Isn't that what you're doing right now? Disperse. Hopefully this helps. Ha!
Sounds all yours. I can spare a minute to knock some heads around. Come at me. Don't stand in my way.
Come on now, come on now. Hey.
What a waste of time. Come at me.
Hey, game.
All yours.
Swift and resolute. Hopefully the hour is upon us.
Proceed to the end of the Black Alley and find Dalos. Okay. No.
Can I ask you for a favor?
You want to be the one to take down Talos.
Yes.
All right. You do have an obligation to make sure the family's terminals don't end up in the wrong hands.
Making up the excuse for me, Yeah. I got a score to settle with that fish that slipped the net all those years ago.
Guess this means I'll get to see the blazing Nightwalker in action.
Don't you start doing what the Ragunesi do.
Not the Lagunas. Hey gang. What's over here? Their chest? Perhaps I see chest? I like chest. No chest. No chest.
Leave it to me. Strike from it. Hopefully this helps.
Come at me.
Save me, boys.
Come on. Anything over here? No? Okay. Oh.
Not here.
Hello.
On to the next.
Looking for me? Seems my men have gotten quite the beating from you. That uniform and crest. Are you the dogs the Montelli sent? Anyway,
Damn your
none of
bitch.
it matters.
Oh, hello.
Stick to the plan. I've got this. The rest is on you.
Oh.
Fine. Comes with the job, I guess. Don't stand in my way! Reduce to dust! Reduce to dust!
You're on a bitch.
Come at me.
Kaboom.
What a waste of time. Don't stand in my way!
Yep.
That's a wrap. Don't stand in my way. Reduce to dust.
Hello.
Now I have a report to write. Reduce to dust.
Oh.
What a waste of time.
Hey. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Don't stand in my way. You made it personal now.
Time to die.
You just keep relying on that weapon!
I mean, yeah, it's my best one. Damn. Sorry. Yeah, damn. Cheap tricks, you fucking bitch. Get fucked. Yeah.
How can this be? Even Talos has fallen. Wait. Oh, the blazing white hair. The scars all over you. No. It can't be.
It is.
That hair. You're the blazing Nightwalker, aren't you? Didn't you disappear years ago?
No wonder she earned that name. The change is quite remarkable.
Funny. Talos should have disappeared years ago, too.
Run! Run!
Hey! You damn bastards!
Get fucked. Nah.
Wait! Blazing Nightwalker, right? You know how it was back then. You should understand. The strong will always prey on the weak. That will never change. The Black Alley has its own rules, and I am simply following them to keep things running smoothly.
Before you talk about rules, first learn not to make my life harder.
God, she's so hot.
Look at me. Coward.
No! Please!
The strong prey on the weak. Isn't that what keeps the Black Alley running? What? Never been on the brink of death? Too weak to beg for mercy?
Please! Have mercy!
Shut up! Let me tell you, weakling. If you've lost respect for the law, then fear me instead. I'll be watching you. You can seek revenge, or attempt another comeback. It doesn't matter. You will fail. I will make sure of it. Now, what do you say?
I give up.
Thanks for the help.
I'm sure you return the favor one day.
The family's people should be here soon. I want to slip away before they bombard us with questions.
Yeah. What about your terminal?
I've now got a good excuse to ignore my supervisor's calls.
Without a doubt.
Let's be on our way then.
I will become fear.
I'll take it as my overtime fee. Protecting the rich is not exactly the work I find meaningful. But I get to slack off. Nothing to complain about. Late again.
You're all out of luck, sweetheart.
Hey!
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have I ever thanked anyone so earnestly before? What was I thinking back then? Wishing someone would stand up for me, right? I'll walk a little longer.
Who are you? Mind your own damn business. It was you yesterday.
Have you heard about that one?
Or is it just doing the same stuff?
The blazing Nightwalker.
Over and over again?
How overdone.
Oh, that's the back from the doors.
Time to work again. Anyway, that's the real story behind that ridiculous name.
It's not ridiculous. I thought it would be a more elaborate story.
Not everything needs to be turned into some grand tale. In this city, it's mostly the same routine every day. How long can I snooze before I'm late? Which time's best to line up to get a fresh wrap? How to sleep without lying in bed for hours? These little routines are fragile. One bad move and they're gone. But likewise, just one bold move is enough to bring them back.
Indeed.
Most people got it wrong, slapping that big name on me. It's just part of my routine. Like snoozing, eating, or keeping my hair and horns in check.
So taking down an entire gang also part of it? Maybe?
I was alone back then. I didn't even bother hiding who I was. And that's when the trouble started to find me. I thought, why wait for it to get worse? Better to finish it quickly. But of course, I made it worse. Too fast, too soon.
So how did you deal with it back then?
The Montelli family reached out to me and offered to clean up the mess. Even said they'd back me up in the future. So, I changed jobs. The work is the same. No difference. Disappointed?
Hold on.
Your instincts came from a good place. A fist might not be as sharp as a blade, but it can still break through deeply rooted problems. And up close, it's gentle enough to protect what's important. So don't let today bother you.
No, I'm not letting it bother me. Cleaning up simple scum doesn't weigh on me.
So, what you said back there...
Just reliving some old memories, that's all. But you're right about something. What you said just now applies to you, too. The difference, though, is that you are a blade. A weapon that can break the cycle. But you don't seem to realize it. Seeing you has brought some old feelings back to me. Don't you see? Ever since you helped make the carnival happen, Raguna's been different. Things are busier now. There's more work, more opportunities.
So real.
I told you before that these routines are fragile. One bad move and they're gone, right? So, a stable environment is the only way to reduce the bad moves. That's the way we get to keep our routines. I tried to do that for a long time, but you're the one who made it happen. With fewer bad actors on the streets these days, I am increasingly irrelevant. Perhaps one day, I'll finally be able to sleep through the night.
Wow. So a few nights ago, you were also...
Of course. It was all part of the routine. I've been thinking. It's a relief that someone like you is willing to step up. Your potential is probably beyond what anyone can imagine.
Oh yeah.
Yet, you still insist on being responsible for everything, no matter how big or small. Thank you. You've done well. Sorry.
No.
It's just a habit.
You bitch! Why did you kiss me? I'll take it if I can return the favor.
Okay.
Ruffle her hair or touch her horns.
Hey, you didn't say you were going to do that. By the way, this is for you. It used to be my weapon. You can take it as a token of silence, or as part of an agreement.
Oh. An agreement to do just enough to get it done?
As if I do that. That would just be getting in your way. All right. Where are we off to next? Time to get back to work. All right. Where are we off to next? 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 Time to get back to work.
Well, I think we're good. Oh, did the thing. I don't know what to do.
All right. Where are we?
I dropped on my moose. what Daft Dice wants. Hey, the inventory is done. Hell yeah. 1, 2. 3. Oh, bastards. Where's my mouse? There it is. Yep. That's it. Alrighty. I'll be back, chat. You. I'm blind. Yes. Alright, well, I think that's it then. I think that's all it. So, I think I'm gonna head out. So yeah, thank you all for watching. And yeah, I'll see you all next time. Goodbye, guys.